what's up everybody? Happy Saturday. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever it is, wherever you are in the world. What's up everyone? Let me switch over. Hey, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello everyone. Welcome back to the cafe. We are... Ooh. Hi, cat. It's like the cat knows when I'm starting stream, you know? Welcome back! It is Saturday, so we are going to be playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. It's a little bit of a later start today than normal, because Splatoon 3 World Premiere was today, so I had to get that stuff done with my squad. I'm gonna get that... We were just playing a little Splatoon, and we had to make sure everyone got to the rank, the max rank, so... Oh, end rank. Anyway, we got everyone to where we wanted to be, so... I'm here. I'm back. Let's play some video games, huh? Let's play some Ace Attorney. I looked from the... We'll watch the opening for Case 4 again, but we're gonna begin Case 4 in Dual Destinies. It looked like we were going to space, you know? Alright. Let's get started here, though. I did forget to add a tag, so let me add... I'm gonna add a tag really quick. Actually, no. It's fine. Alright, let's just... We could hit continue, but I want to watch the opening again. Refresh my memory. How many are there? There's 5. I'm gonna not look at number 5. I don't want to look at the spoilers. Let's just start. Let's do it. Start from the beginning. Let's watch the opening. Let's do this. Hey, Dardealing Kling. Thanks so much for the Momos. The Momo Pyramid. Courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. This is in reference to Case 1, I believe. Ted Tunnage was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow, I can't help but think. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. I'm like, why is my lighting scuffed right now? I literally just fixed it and now it's like messing up again. Shoutouts to space! Welcome to space, y'all. Sorry, mouse. Something went terribly wrong with the space launch, so that's fun. GYXA. Okay. Wonder what that stands for. Alright. Before we do this, let me set up the cat because the cat is like, where's my internet screen time? There you go, cat. He was headbutting me that entire cutscene. It was very distracting. Alright, December 16th, 9:12 a.m. Ooh, we're in the future. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Oh, it's Junie.
Are you alright, Apollo?
Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my cords of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go.
Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden.
Oh, Junie, you're so cute and your little crush. Lotus root? Is this lotus root?
That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes.
Is it?
She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see the future.
That's an interesting take right there.
It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and...
Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now.
Oh my!
Grinch. Kinda tough, though. I don't think you're supposed to eat those raw, buddy. Hey, Dio, thanks for the lurk. Much appreciated. There's a cat here who's very needy.
You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try.
Oops. She didn't think me weird before. She will now. I've got to calm down. Paolo, I'm sorry I'm late.
Hi, Thena.
Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you.
Thena, stop.
Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo. When will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Do what the fuck? This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Solomon Soul Starbuck. Not to be confused with Starbucks, but Starbuck. Let me see if I can fix the cam to not have the green screen peeking out behind me. Nope, that didn't work. Now you can see everything back there. I think my green screen's just like way off. Oh well. Oh, that fixed it. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Hey, 21 Snakes, what's up? How's your weekend? How's everything going? How are you? We had a little bit of a late start today because I was playing Splatoon for the world premiere. But I'm here now. And we're figuring out where the heck are we doing now with this space center and astronaut murder. That'll be fun. And we of course have Cat. Because Cat always knows when we're streaming. Weekend's been good. Nice. My weekend is already feeling pretty long. I popped on yesterday to stream Cult of the Lamb. And I was like, oh, I'm just gonna do a couple hours. And then it kept going somehow, because that game makes you lose track of time. So I'm a little tired. But I still wanted to get this in. Love this game. So we're here. And I don't know. Brand new case. We don't know what to expect yet. But apparently the scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. What does GYXA stand for, I wonder? Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. Apollo was a space nerd. That's cute. that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. I do have a Starbucks non-dairy creamer for coffee right now, so I'm just... This is just too funny. It's too funny, that's what it is. Capcom, you're so silly. We'd ask about space travel, and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. And now he's all depressed and sad. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? When they first showed him, you wanna know what I was thinking about? I was like, God, I hope this isn't Larry with dyed hair. He's got like the slim facial features, kind of like Larry. Thank God it's a different person. Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. No, you're not the type to... I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. Oh, you poor man. You didn't get to go to outer space, and now you're depressed. Again? He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. We'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Oh, gee, you don't get to go into space yet again, whereas some of us never get to go at all. What a shame. Your life is so terrible. I know. Be nice to your clients. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, so easy. Just go into space. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran. So the living one is a reference to the outer space. And then the victim is reference to Earth, and he doesn't get to leave. He doesn't get to go into space anymore. He's buried in the ground now. Ouch. That's harsh, Capcom. That's a little harsh.
Can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command.
Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved me as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." Is Clay Terran Apollo Justice's friend? Because Apollo was always yelling, "I'm fine," and he was talking about how he had a friend, and Athena would never get to meet the friend. Is this what's going on? Is this the friend and he's dead now, so they can never meet? Man, this game is depressing sometimes. How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. Wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine! Ah, what is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back to space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you'll have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck!
Don't count yourself out yet.
I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've gotta keep going!
What about you, Apollo?
What about me?
I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend?
Damn it, I was right. Ooh, that's harsh. I need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go?
Apollo.
Trial's about to begin. If the defense would please proceed to the courtroom.
Okay, here we go.
This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. Pressure's on, Apollo. I don't know why I almost read for Clay's sake as for fuck's sake, and I'm like, that's not right. This is the moment where they start torturing Apollo. Oh, poor boy. Oh, that's so sad. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. December 16th, 9:55 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. 4 this time. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. Are we gonna talk about that? About the eye? What happened? Are we gonna talk about this? I got some questions. Capcom, what did you do? What did you do, Capcom? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor? What happened to your eye? Yes, what happened to your eye, Apollo? I'm fine! The defense is ready, Your Honor! Are you sure? I don't... I'm fine, Your Honor! The defense is ready! I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. Dude, that shit hurts. Suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. How old do you think Apollo is? Very well, and the prosecution? Ah, Blackwell. Hello. Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. The fuck? Hmm? Grah! Ah! The prosecution is now ready. The fuck was that? Well, it didn't take him long this time. Chain's already off. I know, right? What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
The fuck? I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise! Yeah, me too, buddy. We're the judge right now. That's us. Like, the fuck is going on here? This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word! 2 bombs? How dreadful! The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the HAT-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Well, mankind's hope for the future. I've got to make it back alive. The Hat-1 Miracle, a moving and thrilling document in 3D. Come along on a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away. I even turned that incident into a movie and everything. I've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes. The victim was one Mr. Clay Terran, subordinate to the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple, brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so, he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. Why do you say that every time? Like, every time. You know we turn it around. You know that what the prosecution says is not the full truth. Poor Apollo? Yeah, this shit's awkward. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve, exactly? Since you ask so nicely, it's your coffin. Excuse you? Have mercy on me! That's not very funny, man. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Phew, I feel like I just lost 50 years off of my life. Does he even have 50 years left? Athena, that's rude. Fair! But rude. Let me make an adjustment here. My hand motions are not very visible. There we go. Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Yay, Fulbright's fine. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then, please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it. First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. 6 floors, damn. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building, take a look at this cross-section that we, the police have created. Upper level, ladder, middle level, and elevator on the lower level. Okay. See the launch pad and the main building? Yes. Launch pad is the square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in the launch pad 1, and in the main building's lounge. Alright, so they went through here. Okay, got it. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Space Center diagram added to the court record. Nice. Alright, we're just going right into the testimony. Okay. Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the 2nd floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1. Interesting choice, okay. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Murder on top of a bombing? Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking you'd sabotage the bombing, the defendant attacked and killed the victim. Just look at this tragic photograph. That is sad. What are you wearing under that spacesuit, though? It looks like a school uniform. Oh my! Is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. Oof. Why is he missing a glove? Couldn't get any prints of it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. The victim's blood was found on his blade, but no fingerprints could be lifted. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? Yeah, that's what I want to know. What's in here? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. Okay. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is that round thing next to the victim in this photo? He's asking all the things I want to know about. Thank you, Judge. Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I highly doubt that. I see. Judge being confident. I know, it's weird! The judge is smart, Apollo's being, like, sassy? Or not really sassy, but, like, oddly quiet and stern. And then Blackwell's being cooperative? What is this, opposite day? I'm so confused. Who is this Apollo and what has he done with our true Apollo? I see. So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the 2nd floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launch Pad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram and report into the record. Bombing report out of the court record. Okay. The explosion sparked a fire on the second floor of the main building and the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. You'll get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the two astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. We're just going in blind. Okay. Details of the case. 2 bombs went off. Boom! How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down, but the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Ha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. Yo, I just played that game. It's called Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. Are you, like, reading his mind? Because that's creepy. Huh? What'd he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of the elevators and the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running in an emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. Basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. Oh, okay. Convenient. The Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. The bombs went off despite tight security. Police officers and Wright police who had been standing by gave the evacuation instructions. The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right. Yep, and then he's telling us where it was. Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbucks rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives? Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Come on. Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright. The motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? Fear of space, naturally. Okay. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd! Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
That doesn't mean he'd go as far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence.
Yes, child? Cat just touched me. The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name now, could he? No, not after the media had branded him Sol Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spared his reputation. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Only 2 astronauts from the launch pad. Are you sure it was only the 2 of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2. Well, there could have been somebody else on that side that rocket.
Silence.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device? Sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Where do you think we are, Judge? What do you think we're doing right now? What do you think we're talking about? Also, yes, fingerprint security is secure, but the door also has to be rigged, so it only lets one person in, otherwise you could just kind of sneak in behind them. You know. Or bring a dead person's hand, or some other stuff, you know. There's a lot of things you could do to get past fingerprinting. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. Yep, you just put your hand on the pad. Okay. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. Okay, so what are the odds this was done by somebody high up in the company for whatever reason? I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3, the defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Yeah, but you could set timers on bombs. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. You could also set bombs off remotely. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Hold that thought, Apollo. We suspect everybody here. Alright, Launchpad 1 door lock is a biometric door lock operated by fingerprint recognition. Only the defendant, the victim, and the Space Center director had access. Alright. 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket? That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, That's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Okay, but then like why would he like bother to drag the dead body, all the way to the lounge? And wouldn't it have been better to just let it get blown up? This seems like a stupid plan. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. If he went through all that trouble, wouldn't he have like pulled out the knife? Because that doesn't make any sense either. But after the escape... Oh, sorry, we read this already. Press it. And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. One of them was a detective. Pato the Cato. Okay, we can Pato the Cato. Alright, Chirico. The internet has paid for this, so we're gonna take a moment to pet your butt. I know, you're so cute. You're a very good boy. You're just like, I'm hungry and you are not paying attention to me. Oh, that reminds me, we might have to take a brief break in like 10-ish minutes or so. Whenever they can't stand waiting anymore to feed the cats, because everybody in the house is streaming right now. So, that means I'm probably gonna have to take a quick break to feed this boy in a little bit. And then we'll continue on after that. Isn't that right, Chirico? Look at you. Very good boy. Alright. Yep. Detective specializes in bombings, you see? Why was she readily on hand, though? That's weird. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. But why was she, like, already there? That's weird. And they were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim, along with the defendant. Two witnesses, huh? And one of them's a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were... Yes? Did you just headbutt me? Is it because I stopped petting you? Oh, I'm sorry. He's like, pay attention to me. I missed you. Oh, I missed you too. Alright, sit down. Sit down so we can play video games. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. This is truth. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is the essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera. As the two astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Yes, hello, baby. The boarding lounge's security camera captured their desperate escape. Okay, but he doesn't look like he has a knife in him right now, though. Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. Yes? Did you lick my hand? That's very cute. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. I thought the victim was the one who was supposedly carrying the canister, though. What? What? Well, again, though, where's the knife? I know, you're so cute. Order! Order, I say! Let me just click this, baby. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. I mean, of course, because they're giving you the narrative as they hand you the photo. We don't know if that's actually true. Can we look at it a little bit closer? Should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Alright, security camera video showing the defendant and victim's escape from the corridor to the boarding lounge.
Apollo, how exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage?
Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here, and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Never that easy. Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead and a dotard. Rude? But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fulbright, explain it, Justice Dono. You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge, after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship? That's a horse of a different color.
Objection.
You can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All the video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out. Okay, hold on. Can we look at profiles? Oh, it's got their ages. 18. There we go. Defendant in this case, Hat 2 crew member and a mentor to the victim. Detective Arm. One of the first to find the body. What does this mean? Does that mean 50% oxygen? I assume that's an oxygen tank. I don't know what else it could be.
Silence.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based in your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help out his own disciple. I mean, we're the defense. I mean, what do you expect me to believe? But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Now, my logic is that there's no knife in the body, which should... Why would that not show up on the video? Ugh. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. I don't need that from you, Judge. For all of the people in this courtroom, I don't need you telling me that I lack sound logic, okay? But it sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? We should probably save. Thanks, Athena.
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup.
We're saving because we don't want it to crash. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena?
It's just, there's something that's been bothering me.
But isn't the defense stalling for time, as always? Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes! Shouldn't that be the judge's decision, though? Okay, never mind. Never mind. This works out in our favor. Just forget it. You have 5 seconds. Fuck. We got played. 5 seconds?! After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. That's not your decision, asshole. Your boldness. Raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh! Oh! Ready? God damn it. No time, spit it out, Athena! Only 3 more seconds, come on! Heck! Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? Meaning there's something missing, like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. The knife? In fact, there's no knife in the body in that video? I mean, shouldn't that be pretty obvious? Shouldn't we, like, very clearly see the knife in this video? Like, it would be sticking out, right? Yeah, it should be, like, right there. I know it's dark here, but, like, you should see the knife sticking out of the body, right? Ha, you're right! I think I know what you're talking about. 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you would like to rebut? Yes? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way... What is it the prosecution has failed to explain? They did talk about the motive, so it's why the body was moved. Yeah. Wasn't I saying that earlier? I was like, okay, well, why would he take it with him to the lounge? Well, shouldn't he just leave it there to get blown up by the bomb? It's fucking weird. Why would he move the body? They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave the body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Ah! Fool, Wright. Explain it for our sad friends here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Huh? You gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. And that's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. Okay, but he clearly got caught, so this was a terrible plan, if that's what you're saying? At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. See, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion. Okay.
What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. Alright, that's awkward. A steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. I see where this is going now. We use that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy.
What?
One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Ah! Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Shit. It's like he's reading my mind. It's weird.
Get on my head!
As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. If you're gonna hand down the verdict anyway, can you just tell me what it is? Oh, he is telling me what it is. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. Ah, that is awkward. You found what? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. When the Space Center director and Detective Arm stumbled across the murder. So, he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble brain that he is. No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that! Ah! Justice Dono, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You believe in your client, come what may. I mean, this is the first time they've dug us in such a deep hole right away, so that's fun. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Sorry, I dropped something. Hold on, I dropped something. I'm like, that's kind of important, I need that. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has gotta be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Is this meta? She said game, not trial. This feels very meta. I have some concerns. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue.
Why do you say that?
Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down.
Then, making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too?
Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now, let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut, Solomon Starbuck. Meta dialogue, we haven't seen that since the last game. Yeah, it weirds me out every time. I'm like, what? Excuse you? Witness, your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take the suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got to the order to evacuate. Didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. Bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge does that. Who'd wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you had appeared quite courageous. Though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. Did he play himself in the movie? Because that's weird. Most people don't do that. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up! What an oppressing fellow. You are to join me in the clink. I imagine that annoying sigh of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago. That was him?! Is that why it's a question mark? I was like, that's kind of weird. Why would it do that? Oh my god. Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Apollo, you, me, same wavelength, as always. Thank you. Mr. Starbucks. Mr. Starbucks' testimony contains a glaring contradiction. I can't believe you made me say Starbucks. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Yeah. Alright. All I did was support Clay. So, what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at that time? Of course. He was alive and well.
Silence.
If If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well, and silenced him permanently with this. What? No! Black hole confirmed. Dead ahead. Ah! It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in! Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space! Please give your testimony seriously. It's just nerves. Maybe I shouldn't have said that he was alive and well. It's more like he was slumped over. Those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum. And he took the elevator down to the middle level. Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact there had just been an explosion? That can't be right. Shouldn't that shit be on fire? Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. Clay passed out by the time they got the order. Passed out? Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. The noise and vibration were incredible. Little wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess? Not that I'd know. Ah! I've been hit by space debris. The main engine's on fire. It's gonna blow! Ah! Are you okay, buddy? Yes, I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. Anyway. He didn't kill Clay, he was trying to save him. Don't worry, I understand. I'll make sure everything turns out alright. Everyone's glaring at me like I did it.
Paulo, you have to reassure him better than that.
How am I supposed to do that?
Try to imagine how he's feeling and use that to figure out how to boost his confidence.
Mr. Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to always say. It's times like these when he would repeat, "I'm fine," to himself. I'm fine. Yeah, I guess he did used to say that a lot. But even if I shout it, Clay will still be dead. What's the use? Somebody please reassure me now.
Paulo, there's something strange about Mr. Starbucks' testimony.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's a glaring contradiction. I just wonder why it's there and what it means for our case.
Well, it doesn't look like he's lying, at least.
Guess I'll have to show some evidence. Oops. Right, there we go. Took the over down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Yep, that part's weird. That's not possible because there was an explosion there. Anyway, we ready? Objection! Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also, recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right! Which means... Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, Your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. Did you just hide in your damn spacesuit? Under the helmet? What's with the helmet? Huh? Mission command! Mission command! Do you read me? Come in, please!
Objection.
This is mission command. I order you to pay attention! Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck! Ah! My helmet! Ah! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining! Requesting medical assistance! Ah! Are you okay, buddy? Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. Can't believe the judge is being the reasonable one here. This is weird. We're having a very strange day here. Y'all, why? I apologize, Your Honor. Forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement? About how you use the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually, took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you were able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No. I mean, probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. My escape route. Let's see. My escape route. I said before was a mistake. I remember now. Took a different route. Maybe. Probably? With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. How? How? So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. Okay, but that's two hands. How are you gonna use an elevator when both your arms are occupied? Use that ladder to get to the middle level. Oh yeah, that is a ladder. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. How? And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? Almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With the spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bed's more comfortable than a spaceship. Well, what he said before was a mistake. How could you mistake such a basic fact? Hey, everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish he'd consider it just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony. Took a different route? Maybe. Probably. Maybe? Probably? Oh crap, the camera crashed. Yep, there it goes. I watched it crash in real time. Hey, there we go. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say either of those things. Ah! Mission Control, come in, please! An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh! No! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space!
Silence.
Stop this nonsense, or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. Alright, I'm begging you. I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything.
Apollo, is he gonna be alright?
I'm starting to think he's not. Let's see. So, about when we were running away. Really? With both of them? Really? The upper level of the launch pad area? That's right. That's what I said, isn't it? Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had Clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand. Yeah, it's really important, so I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though Clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in my other hand. I guess that could work. I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet. Know what you have to do with that statement, Justice Dono. Yeah, I know. Well, we've come this far, no turning back now. It's time to present some evidence.
So, Mr. Starbuck escaped with Clay and the capsule, which means...
Right shoulder, left hand, yeah?
It's just like in the footage. I can see why he couldn't run, though.
Must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself.
Yeah, and he had to support Clay, who was another 200 pounds.
Plus, he had to ensure the safety of that capsule. I don't think I could have even walked under those circumstances. Walking straight forward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. That's a very cumbersome load. Alright, what do we want to use? Wait, hold on, let's save. Save our progress so we don't crash and have to start over. Okay. Oh. How did you... I mean, I feel like we just want to point out that it's really cumbersome, but I'm like, which thing should we use? Maybe this. Let's just see.
Objection.
That's not that piece. No. I know what we're getting at, but it's the wrong evidence. I'm like, which evidence do you want me to use here? Yeah, it's fine. Capsule and Clay in his arms, he made his way down from the upper level. Do we use the map? piece of evidence to use to prove the point.
Objection!
Oh, okay, just use the map again. Alright, sure. Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. Bro. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. Ah! The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. What are we getting at? The ladder? Is it because it's impossible to use the ladder? To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course! That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Oh, well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity's only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
We're not on the moon, we are on Earth. But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other, is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down the ladder with your arms full? Ah! Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth. Now! Ah! Engineer! Where's the engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately! What the? He's flying the coop! Ah, help! I'm caught in the ceiling! Help? Anyone? Bailiff! Prepare the cherry picker! We must launch our rescue mission at once! Oh my god, why are we here? Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. Just saying. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? I know, Starbucks just like, what the fuck are you doing, sir? Not that! Anything but that! What the fuck? What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness. Yikes! Yes? I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Ah! Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Please don't talk about that! What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going to space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh? I sense some things are about to nosedive. He got it all wrong! I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medications, I swear!
It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it?
How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects? Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened.
The fuck?
What? Order! Order in the court! Yep, who said what? Can't really get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Oh. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out about he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it? Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? Okay, but if he's like clearly loopy and out of it, how would he carry somebody else? I don't know, this seems weird to me. Something's off. A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Donald. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my! I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand. Okay, but that's kind of a bit of a fall. Wouldn't you have found something about that on the autopsy report about how he took a fall? Or are the spacesuits cushioned enough where he wouldn't have had any impact damage?
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectable thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. Look, it's me! I thought that. So, you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks? Ah! Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendants dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck. Shit.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel will leave its marks on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Donald. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. The fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer. Okay, that was my question. That was my question right there. Are the spacesuits padded enough where they won't take damage? And the answer was yes. Okay, great.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? Different kind. It should, and yet, through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. What are the chances? What are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. Yeah, got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed the Clay Terran. Ah! Apollo's shocked face is amazing because it just makes him look like a bird with a beak. It's really funny. Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Yeah, it's pretty great. It's really funny. Ah! Oh, there it is again! Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oxygen tank data added to the court record. Thanks. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Really? Let me look. The victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. The defendants had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. That doesn't match the 50 we saw in the video. Tanks were functioning properly at the time. Phoenixes didn't translate well to 3D. Oh, yeah, you're right, it didn't. It's okay, Apollo's is super funny, so it doesn't matter. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows how much oxygen remains. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen remaining. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space! Space boy. Yes? Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful, even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck? Prosecutor Blackwell got him good. Bruh. Spaceship prison cell. Fly me, my guilt, and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together. Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope! Oh! Yes, Paulo? You know Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up now. Help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. Clay. You're wasting your breath. Rah! 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 Paulo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck? I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent, you'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Rah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. Son, The moon? All the space is calling me! Solomon Soul Starbuck! Ready for launch! Begin the countdown! 5, 4,
3!
2, 1! Lift off! The fuck are you doing, man? I guess it's pretty epic. It's just weird. Whoa! I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch.
Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck.
I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled it himself. He pulled himself through. You simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your boldness? Can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. The only people at the launch pad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I could prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see. About this data that we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm gonna prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your boldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Shut up, Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now. It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terran had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. The evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. This is the evidence the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. The video. Because the video shows 50%. How does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is this part here. Come on. Right here. Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. Oxygen in the tank increased? Ain't that weird? I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my! You're absolutely right! What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. Sorry, if his rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you didn't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You'd better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Well, let's save really quick. This is a safety save in case we fuck up. Normally we safety save in case it crashes, but this is in case we fuck up. Of course I can! The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not, why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. Are we, though? Are we? This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. They were going the other way. The victim was carrying the defendant, or the tanks were damaged. They're not damaged. It'd be weird for them to go the other way. It's gotta be the people were switched. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Tarrant, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Tarrant at all. It was Mr. Tarrant who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It was what? That is pretty weird. Order! Order, Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Tarrant? It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. Yeah, it's a fair point. Okay. I accept it. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Tarrant was alive as they made their escape through the lounge.
Silence.
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection.
Prosecutor Blackwell? You can't hurt me with a broken blade. Ooh. Get him back at him? Excuse me. It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Tarrant was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims. And opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Gah! There were two people who claimed to have been the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, would you please show Detective Arm to the stand? bitch. Alright. Alright. I think I had a thing for this. Which one was I gonna use? Let's try this one. Let me know if this works for you guys. Oh, wait. Hold on. I don't need it yet. I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. VoD? A bomb? Now? Ah! Everybody run! Eek! I don't want to die! Hell no! Everybody's panicking! You suck. We know you're a bad person. You suck.
Silence.
Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves for all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here! But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch! Let me go. Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet? Eek! Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no, not that way! Oh my god. Ah! Okay, what happened to his eye, though? Oh. That was a thing. That happened. Yes, we will save the game. Okay. What happens now? And then that whole other thing happens, right? Like the case one? In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. So many explosions. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Ooh. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. This dude sucks. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. See, okay, back in case 1, definitely thought that was from the bomb going off. But apparently he got that before, so the hell happened, Apollo? And this is where he goes off into the sunset, and that's kind of where we ended on case 3. With Athena being like, well, he's gone. Alright, well, December 19th, 3:21 p.m., Wright, Anything Agency. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Tonate like that? On top of all his other injuries? Apollo's resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. Poor Polly. You miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease? Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. Does she know that they're siblings? Did we ever explain that to her? I'm not very clear on that. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. They don't know yet? Oh my god, okay.
Alright, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you!
You're the only one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over.
Take over what, exactly?
Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbucks' defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy?
Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know? Timeline in the game's weird? Yeah, a little bit. We're jumping around a lot.
Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run.
Wait, right now? We'd better not be running the whole way. And there she goes. I better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy?
Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you.
Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm.
Oh, she's back! Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag.
Sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that too.
Alright, you two. Let's be careful out there.
No magic show? I love it when Trucy does her magic show, though. Oh well. December 19th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. So, our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him. Timeline goes Case 2, DLC, Case 3, 4, Part 1, Case 1, Case 4, Part 2, and then Case 5. It is a little all over the place, yeah, but it does make sense for perspective, I guess. For, like, slowly unveiling events of, like, what happened to make people the way they are. I don't know. It made it very engaging, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it yet. I'll have to think about it. Anyway.
That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago.
You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Game crashed. We gotta speed through the agency meetup again. It's okay. That one wasn't too bad. Well, that was a thing that happened. So how's life, everyone? How y'all doing? How's the week been? I've been playing a lot of games. I'm enjoying Cult of the Lamb and or Kaizo Ironmon, which maybe I'll do some Kaizo Ironmon tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. I still gotta be a grown-up and do some chores, but maybe after squeezing a little Kaizo. My game crashes at random times and yours only crash during cutscenes. I know, it's so weird. It's like no reason for it to crash when it does. It just does it, and I'm like, the hell? Why? And here's Athena being all perky.
And Widget. We love Widget.
I like how Phoenix never explained to them they're siblings. I'm like, are you gonna tell them eventually? Is that ever gonna come up? Or are we just not gonna talk about it? Okay, now we're gonna save. Because we know it crashed there before, so we're gonna save. Alright, go ahead and sigh, please. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Huh, mentor has a nice ring to it.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered.
And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
Huh? You mean, other than at your trial? I don't think so.
I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. We perked him up and now he's all depressed again. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously got to stop depressing himself.
Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere? That just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right?
Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Ah, yeah! Here we go! 3, 2, 1! To the stratosphere and beyond! Oh, there he goes. Took off again. Yeah! I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. That's cute. She cheered him up. That's cute. Is that really all it takes? Hey dude, look at my badge. I gotta show everybody this badge. It's tradition. So what do you think about this? The evidence is gonna get me convicted. This is not evidence, buddy. It's my badge. No, 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 no. It's my attorney's badge. I was hoping it would reassure you that we're here to defend you. Evidence isn't just for the prosecution. It can help prove a person's innocence, too. That's a positive spin on things. I thought that was common knowledge? Bro. You okay? Let's talk about the case. So, you have no memory at all of the incident? I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula.
Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial?
You got it all wrong! I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear! It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. Seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know.
But the tranquilizers were found in your system.
It blipped and I'm scared, so we're gonna save. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you? Exactly! That's what I thought! You must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it.
Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket?
Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say, they even managed to plant your print on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might have been relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like, about the murder weapon, for example. That knife? I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Utility knife updating the court record. It has the victim's blood on it from a set of utility tools used by the Space Center techs. Okay. Let's talk about the Hat 1 miracle. So I recall your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was. Pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft.
You did? What kind of problems?
Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner. Holy fuck, it sounds like this thing was not built well. How is this company still in business? Or like, how did they not come under fire for this? I don't know. I don't know how this shit works. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer.
Would that really work?
The fuck? Knock off NASA? Yeah, knock off NASA. I would like to ask Dorn if this is really how this shit could work, because I doubt it.
No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back.
Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever and ever and ever without end. Don't go nihilism on me. Don't do it. There's nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone. With nothing to listen to. But the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. This got super existential. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. Are we having an existential crisis right now? An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go into space. Let's talk about space!
With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission?
What? No way! Of course not. Even now, I want to go up to space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity and escape velocity and spin around weightless.
But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you ever even a tiny bit afraid?
I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier. Unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there, waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. Cosmic, they said the case title. Oh, so they did. Alright, let's talk about Clay. The victim, Clay Terran. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big, exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With this encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now...
Clay must have been very encouraging, huh?
Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine. He's just like Apollo.
You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time, too! And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it.
Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. That's so cute. Those two hung around the Space Center so much, they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. And the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So, I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? Wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now.
Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder?
Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows.
You're fine! Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything's gonna be alright.
Huh?
And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too!
Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine?
I can't hear you!
Phoenix Wright is fine!
We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us.
Paula believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Thanks, Apollo, for setting a good example.
Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto.
Good idea. Let's go. Alright, see ya, buddy. To the entrance. Cosmos Space Center. Why is it what does the GYXA stand for? Like, I don't get it if it's called the Cosmos Space Center. Where are these letters coming from? December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Oh, look at the little cutout. I miss when we could examine stuff. There's some good characters you get to meet here. Nice. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close?
Oh, so check it out.
Look at how brightly the
JAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. The fuck? I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. JAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GAS supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency? Which, if you ask me, I'd have it breeded as Gax or even Gaia? Gaia? I guess so. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead! Who are we in? Who is this? Who the fuck? Oh my god! Hello, sir? Yikes! Who's this geezer and what's he want? What the hell? Oh gosh, I need a minute. Look upon me and well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are... My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos! Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. And this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Aha! So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? He's a fun character. Okay. He seems very over the top. And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. Space Center Director Yuri Cosmos and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct! I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But there's talk of the incident. Are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know? We're Mr. Starbucks lawyers. We're here to investigate the case. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way. Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now, go ahead. Have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Good eyes, Athena. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Lord. Alright, everybody has to look at the badge. That's the rule. Excuse me, but about this piece of evidence. Let me ask you a question. What will that object contribute to the future of mankind? What? Not much, I guess? How important could it be? Quite unlike the great historical figure, Yuri Cosmos. Ha 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 ha! If he's any more self-absorbed, he'll turn into his very own black hole. Why are we here? Alright, tell me about yourself, Yuri. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel! To your break stations! Prepare for break!
Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner.
That is exactly right! Because I am an important man, my manner is important!
Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space.
What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically?
No, that's not what I asked at all.
Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go! Now go ahead! Have at it!
Okay, so you're the reason why that rocket was built like a piece of shit and fell apart while it was being launched, and a man almost died? That was you? That was your fault? Might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. About the bombing, let's talk. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day?
I refuse!
What?
Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos! My testimony, which will go down in history, will be heard in the courtroom.
What? Does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow?
That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind.
I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. And let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. Alright, let's talk about Hat 1 and why you're so important. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home.
Suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well. I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbug was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe toward the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth.
That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right?
Correct. It truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago.
So, what kind of samples are they? What's in them? Wait, he said it... The probe returned to Earth eventually... a few days ago, okay.
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time, since they just came back the day before Terran's murder.
Okay.
Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years.
That's quite impressive, actually. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all.
In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential.
Moon rock, huh? I remember that being big.
Our endeavors will let the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
What? Bite your tongue! It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it.
I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know. I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so?
Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I'm a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter! Fire up the main engine! Max battle speed! And engage!
And there he goes. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. Does she have some kind of connection to this place? Because this is awfully sus. Athena, let me show you my badge. My badge is starting to look pretty good on me, don't you think? Suits you well. I'm starting to feel like it gives me more dignity and presence, too. I think she might be expecting a little too much from one tiny little badge. I might as well talk to her. Dana Sykes is fine. Huh? What's that all about? I thought I'd better get fired up twice as much to make up for Apollo being gone. For starters, I thought I'd imitate him. So you were doing a voice workout, huh? Yep. You have to push your voice up from the pit of your stomach. Hold it! There's a contradiction in the witness's statement.
You're really serious about this.
Objection! You're lying! The true culprit is the judge!
The judge is a lot of things. Like, not smart. But he doesn't kill people, so I think we're good on that.
What? Who's gonna hand out the verdict? Oh, I didn't think of that.
Girl? So what do you think we should do next?
Oh, that's right.
What is it, Athena?
I just remembered I forgot to go running today. I was so taken up with what happened to Apollo it slipped my mind.
That wasn't what I was asking. Alright, I guess we're going to the boarding lounge. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center boarding lounge. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. The fuck is going on back here? What is this? Why is it here? Why is it moving? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Something's weird. If this is the door that leads to the corridor to the rocket, this handprint reader is on the wrong side. Unless this is not the same door and it's a different door? I guess we're gonna find out. But that's the thing that immediately stuck out to me. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side, on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from the launch pad 1 after the explosion. You there! No admittance without express permission! We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So, Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's at the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk. Alright, so he's in the corridor. And we're here.
Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today?
Girl! Dana! I mean, yeah, go do it, but...
The hell?
Be nice! I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. Yeah, that exactly. That's exactly the feeling, Phoenix.
So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor...
Oh, okay, it's that side. Okay, it's the blue rocket door. Alright, that makes more sense. Yep, that checks out. Okay. I no longer have a problem with this.
We just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think.
Wait. That door... looks awfully familiar. Yeah, that's where they came in. Wait, hold on. That's going... That's vertical. And that's horizontal. What does this do? I want to know what this does. I want to know what this does, because it's in a different position. Can I there, boss? This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Okay, what does this do? I need to know. Don't tell me, but I want the game to tell me. What does this do? Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now come on, let's go! I wish I could look around. I miss examining things. Alright, into the corridor.
Oh, they got little cleaning robots. It's like being in the Jetsons. That's cute. Even in space, safety first.
Oh, that's so cute. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launchpad 1 corridor. Yep, that definitely exploded over there. Please line, do not cross. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape.
Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building.
I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. That's been pretty scary for them.
Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there.
What should I do? Which path is the path of justice?
He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor's a straight shot.
Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people! Welcome to the Space Center! Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share?
Boss, if he acts all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with a whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it?
Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some information with you.
Huh? What just happened?
Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice, side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today.
I
don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Why the hell is everybody acting funny in this case? Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. The fuck? Look at my badge! Everyone needs to look at the badge. Something for the lost and found? I'll be sure to take care of it. No. No.
It's an important piece of evidence. My badge. Alright, talk to me. Let's talk about the crime scene. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. Yo, that actually sounds real good right now. Let's be real. That sounds great. No. That's okay. But thanks! Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Who are you, Gumshoe? Well, Gumshoe's not as competent. Very nice, but, you know. Anyway. Detective Fulbright's acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. What happened exactly? You okay, bud? You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us. Serve and protect. Explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Did they get a bomb threat or something? I mean, it's also weird that they brought the bomb specialist detective. So was there a bomb threat beforehand? Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course! A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over the launch pad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate the shelter. Shelter? To the shelter, sorry. That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. Okay. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So, where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It's quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? Nope. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder kind of sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. You were very helpful. Just a moment. I have some more information to share with you. You're just gonna give it to me and I don't have to ask for it? Are we in Bizarro Land? I'm so confused. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? The fuck? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. Ha! I thought you should know that there was a witness. Why are you being so helpful? Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Ha ha! Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. Okay, but hold on. Can you really see into that lounge? Because we saw some weird ass shit outside, which I'm pretty sure would have to be a window decal wrapped around like a screen window. Actually, no, it would have to be a screen because it was moving. That can't be a real window, can it? I don't know. We didn't see the whole room. A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, Something you can't talk about? Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. What's that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm gonna get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Is this the window? Is that a window and not a panel like I thought? Because this is definitely not a window. This has to be a screen. This is some crazy ass shenanigans going on right there. Hold on, let me check something real fast. Okay, cool. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center boarding lounge. Ah, you two! Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too if you'd like. Yes, please sign me up. I'll take it. Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer. Damn it, Athena. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now let's see. Where's that diagram again? So this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. Read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. In this room, it's just so big. Don't worry. We can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet? For tourists? Yep. Picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. So these are the supposed windows, and that's where we're looking at the crazy shit. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Space Center pamphlet added to the court record. Okay, cool. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Control room, okay. Don't know what that is. Alright, so this is the door to the control room. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh, yeah. I knew that. Ooh, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. Oh, okay. That's what it says in this pamphlet, anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? What's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's go get investigating. Okay, I want to look at the crazy window. First glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature! Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I'm pretty sure it didn't. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. What's this? That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. Why do you want to spin around in a chair? If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why? Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Huh. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle zero-G? Oh, that's where the body is. Let's look at this. What's this? A window, and it's right next to the holographic image, too. Alright, that's the window. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. Alright, Athena. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drumroll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this, you know? Details, details. Anyway, let's take a look at the west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. Oops. My bad. Although, that reminds me I should save. Been a bit. I know because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right, next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. That looks fine, though. Maybe the smoke didn't reach that far? We don't know yet. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So, it's the center, the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Shouldn't there have been people in there if it was during a space launch? It would be really weird for that to be empty. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. Oh, okay, so that's an old control room. Alright. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. Well, that answers my question. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room. And since we're here... I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. It's locked. They want to keep curious kids like you out. Hey! So the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. That much security? I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Control room door lock added to the court record. Door lock to the east that can only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it function even when the power goes out. Okay, what about the last door?
This lower door? Oh, excuse me. I mean south door. It leads to the elevators.
Oh, okay. This is the door we came through when we entered the room, right? I guess it goes around that way.
Yep, and of course there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone.
But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion.
Well, that's about it for the 3 muscadors on the boarding lounge.
Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. I wasn't done with the first area. There we go. What is this? I guess I can't look at it from here. I'll look at that first. No matter what I look at, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll outmuscle me.
Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there.
Oh, it's cracked. Wait, what? Some kind of fragment? It's stuck in tight. Ah, so that's what the glint was all about. What is that and how did it get in there? It had to be from a lot of force.
That color looks familiar.
I think it's part of an oxygen tank.
Huh.
I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. The victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. Interesting.
So, Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong.
This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad.
Way to go, Apollo!
But how did it get up there? How did it rupture? So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this and... Huh? What's that thing that looks like a thermos?
That's the thing Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo.
He said that it contains asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat One launched.
I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see?
Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? I want to know what this is.
I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob of a stove.
Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like that?
Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off.
Right. If it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for.
Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine?
If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in.
I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob.
It is a mystery knob. So this is the fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark?
Why guess when you can try? Now to line my hand up with the outline.
Don't, Athena, the thing is related to the case! Get your prints all over that and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. Ah, how can you be so cruel to a little girl like me?
I'm not buying those tears, Missy. She has crocodile tears.
Let's see, this door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright.
So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing besides the door. That must be the fingerprint recognition device.
Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. And then, does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel is supposedly really small.
Voila! Fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it.
Wow, what do you think ahead? Now let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find.
You got it. Now to sprinkle some here and a little over there and... Foot!
I wanted to do it.
Let's see. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something.
It's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try.
Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data.
Right, and there's the security footage of this door too.
Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day.
I wish we could see that part of the footage just after this bit.
Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away.
Yeah, he's almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. I think we're done with this close-up. Okay. What's this? Warning, helmet use required. Please use the moonwalk apparatus responsibly. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says.
Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do a mid-air somersaults.
We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, connected to the ceiling.
Well, at least I could jump really high.
There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says don't jump too high. And to wear a helmet.
What good is this thing?
Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Girl, you're crazy. What's this? A trapdoor? Oh shit.
It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throws the garbage out from here.
The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in the science fiction movies.
No way. All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? You can go say hi to it if you want.
I mean, I kind of want to. Danger!
Danger noodle!
What's this? Something shiny?
Hey, I see something shiny down there.
Let's take this cover off then. Why is there a bullet?
What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. No, that's a bullet!
It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make the caliber .1?
Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right?
Yes, but I've never heard of a .1 caliber gun before.
This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must be a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south door of the south door side of the room, according to this map. It's really weird that there's a bullet here. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Bullet out of the court record, discovered in a gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. It was fired from a .1 caliber handgun. Interesting. Yep, that was a thing. What are these? These are apparently oxygen capsules, therefore recovery after a training session. Oh, neat! I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? Didn't do a thing! It's not helium, Athena. It's oxygen. The thing you breathe. She looks so shocked about that. Oh, here. What's this? Oh, a mirror! How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. I'm pretty sure that's not what it's for. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're gonna run into some other life form, after all. I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. Girl. Oh, what's this? There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it! That's the invariable principle of buttons! There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Oh! It controls the hologram. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yep, that. Though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can find anything new with the image off. Let's take a look-see. With the holographic image off, the screen is completely black, which, for some reason, makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come up with my best ideas at times like these. Hey, what's that? That's suspicious. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired the shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet anywhere? We got one. No, the police might have taken it, though. Bullet hole added to the court record. A single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing. We have it. What it was doing in the gutter? God knows, but we've got it. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Let's use this one. Different from widget.
Welcome to the Space Center, Des. Welcome.
Yikes! What in the world?
My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you.
It's a robot? It's a bit loud? Okay, hold on, let me adjust.
I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. Ponco. Ponko.
Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Athena, have you seen Ponko before? Did you used to come here? Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena?
Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. I don't know about that. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy.
Wow, guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Huh? Ouch, that hurt.
Oh, she has to register people when she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko.
Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too.
His name is Phoenix.
A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it.
Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face.
Oh, sure.
Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix.
Huh. This robot's pretty cute. I love it. Look at she's so happy.
You made a friend, boss. Isn't that great?
Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way.
Oh, goody. Let's go, boss.
Go where? Where are we going? December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Space Museum.
Neat.
Oh wow, what is this place? Is that rocket real?
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the HAT-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one.
The Space Museum. Oh, here it is on the map.
It's on the other side. Cool. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from the launch pad. From launch pad 1. Nice.
Ask me anything, anything. I will explain.
Can I show you my badge? Because I show it to everybody.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know anything about that.
Oh, okay. No problem.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wasn't helpful. I'll try to do better in the future. Please don't hate me.
Oh, the poor thing. Now I feel bad for asking. Oh, I do feel bad. Aww. Be nice to Ponko, everybody. How about HAT-1? This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket like this up close.
This is a replica of the HAT-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAT-1 inside and out.
Doesn't that make it like a live rocket if it's exactly the same?
Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day.
I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled.
Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Check it out.
Ooh, spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this photo of? Oh, wow. Oh, it's Ponko! Who are these two?
Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project.
Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different.
Ha! And that's...
What is it, Athena? Something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all.
Is anybody else suspicious about Athena and her possible relation to somebody else in this photo? Like, is somebody a friend or what? Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck
is Clay Taryn, the victim.
So they were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member.
No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. The Space Museum is great. What a fantastic exhibits!
This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor.
Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead?
There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money!
Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? And why would they make the robot so sad?
While it was in space, the Hat 1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago.
That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed.
And here it is, the Hope space probe.
I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Ooh, on the canister. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Yep. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. Let's talk about the launch pad layout first.
The way the Space Center launchpad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you?
The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind.
I wanna know! I wanna know! Phoenix wants to know too.
Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponkoitis. To be fair, Ponko's real cute.
Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launchpad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launchpad over the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it budget, so that's how we could build it all.
It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. Myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh?
That it is. It can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged.
Safety lock. That's probably what that big, thing was. The switch. The not stove thing. Dial. I don't remember. Anyway, I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for?
Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold.
Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved?
Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database.
Aw, I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Alright, let's show her that. Ponko, do you recognize the capsule here in the top right?
Checking registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe.
It contained the asteroid samples, right? Why were they bringing that aboard the spacecraft?
Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed.
Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened.
They do? I must ask them later.
So the capsule is being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion? But then why did he have it coming through the door? The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Hope capsule added to the court record. Found in the victim's possession, it recently returned from a 7-year mission and contains asteroid samples. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well.
I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Let me save just in case. It's been a while. Okay, then let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later.
Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop.
Oh, poor Ponko. What a Dickinsonian life we are all forced to live, sorry. Alright. Back to the corridor. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launchpad 1 corridor. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Hi, buddy. How's it going? We found a bullet hole at the scene. You know anything about that? We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with Detective Arm and gone and all. Oh yeah, she's dead. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. You already know the Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Alright, let's talk about the fingerprint data. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. Sure took a while, though. Whoa, he got Apollo and my prints. He even got prints for all of the robots. The fuck, how? I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Clay's fingerprints are here too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. I still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So, depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Is it because of this? Because that's what I'm interested in. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is gonna be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. That was fast. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. Must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Launchpad 1 door updated in the court record. Starbuck's prints were found on this door lock. Also see photo taken after the incident. Not that one. That one? That one. Well, I think that's kind of it. I don't think we had anything else to show you, did we? Oh, wait, we gotta... Oh, cam footage. Okay. Cam footage. Because we want more on it. Yeah, that. Hey, detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show it to you. Here we go. It blacked out. Why did it black out? Huh? The screen went blank. Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Video showing the defendant and the victim's escape from the corridor. The video immediately ends immediately after the scene. Great. Something definitely seems to be up with you, detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Ah, Cyclops. Great, thanks. It's been a while, but those are definitely Cyclops. Or, as Edgeworth calls them, Psycholocks. Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No. Psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. I don't know why I'm explaining it to you, because that's weird. Presenting evidence can break those locks. And reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out of that piece of How much did they bilk you out of for that piece of rock? You've been swindled. I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. I can use the Magatom on him by tapping it. Save first. Because it's been a while. Alright. Take that. I gotta get a tutorial in. As weird as it is to explain this to Fulbright of all people, gotta get it in. Why are you being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, detective. So, why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really nagging. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. I mean, justice. I really understand what's been bothering you, detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No! I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep. Peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. Oh yeah, evacuation report says that there was tight security. Police officers and Wright police who had been standing by. Yep, that's weird. Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet security was so tight, they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail.
Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be a part of that detail from the outset. Yeah, a bomb specialist. A detective who specializes in bomb cases. Weird. Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew that there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright! Easy. Oh, he's all sad. It's funny when he's pouty. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What are they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. It's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. What is up with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Ah, Blackwell backstory. Sure, let's do it. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules, but... Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Athena? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I mean, no shit. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would had to have. Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past? What happened 7 years ago? Besides the whole Hat 1 incident. Phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. Haunted for 7 years. This phantom of 7 years past, any idea who or what he was talking about? Maybe? It's always 7 years, you're right, it is! Not a clue. He seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case? Of course, because of course. Yep. This case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. Damn it, I didn't get a photo of that photo from earlier. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom? Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, Want to talk about 7 years ago? That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. We knew about that, but want to tell me more about it? That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. You mean it wasn't the thing where Phoenix got framed of forging evidence? Yeah, I could see why you'd think that. This incident and the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. And yet it always does in these games, doesn't it? This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is the Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. So the Dark Age of the Law started 7 years previous, which means all the cases in Apollo Justice were during the Dark Age. That's true. And weird. I'm confused as hell. Did we get retconned? Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Gah! Aha! No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbucks is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. Oh, you poor thing. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. And this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost in his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. Oof. Never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. He wants us to find out the truth and confirm if this is going to be real justice. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm gonna be rooting for your team this time. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright? I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you'd say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. Show my thanks. I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. Saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Really? Let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. It's like when Gumshoe finally turned around and was like, I'm gonna help you because you can save Edgeworth. It's so sweet. In justice we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. Here he goes. Wait. Were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? Let's go see that witness now. Alright, Space Center entrance it is. Oh, should I be excited for this upcoming character? Or is this going to be terrible? December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Let's save real fast. We don't have to do that entire thing with Fulbright again if it crashes.
The witness must be around here somewhere. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lots of robots. Alright, hold on.
Hello? Hello?
Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here.
Hello? Hello? Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Blanco. Shall I guide you? Guide you?
I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around! She's in the photo! Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk.
Gah!
Low-key, one of your favorite characters in the series. That's exciting.
I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen?
Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5-degree karate chop. That's very specific. Phoenix said it too. It's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. Is this Blackwell's sister? Is this beautiful lady here Blackwell's sister? Was he involved in something during Hat 1? Was there an incident here previously and then he went away accused for murder wrongly, probably? I'm just gonna go on a limb and like make that guess because there's a sister who works at the Space Center. That can't be a coincidence at all. I'm assumed sister. Looks like would be a sister. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackwell? Could she be related? And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk.
My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clonko. That's me, Miss Aura.
Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko-2.
Gah! But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clonko.
Quit your squawking already.
No! What are you doing? No! Don't!
There's one detail of her character that's just very cool. Okay. I'll look forward to it. There. I bet you won't be talking back now.
Gah! I will obey completely.
Yikes, I'd better watch what wires I cross with this one. Hi, would you like to look at my badge? Because I show it to everybody. Can you tell me anything about this piece of evidence? Even if I could, I wouldn't tell a filthy lawyer like you. What a pleasant response. About your last name. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession who may or may not be a inmate right now?
You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is...
Shut up. Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Knew it. Definitely looks like an One. Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? Why do you not like her? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? You know, being shy? This is new. Oh, yeah. I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk?
Duh, Miss Aura, that hurts.
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk?
But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak.
I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Black Quill family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. Okay, let's talk about you being the witness. So you're the person who witnessed the incident? That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building. In the robotics lab. Oh, okay, there's a robotics lab. Got it. Explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used ladders in the other rooms? Must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it? I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? Sometimes I just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge the very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. And a knife in their right. They must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see, but you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... happened at precisely 10 a.m. Do we have time of death? I don't think we have a time of death yet. Okay. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you. It was pitch black in there. Although... I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had a good taste in knickknacks, anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. Better remember that. Or a statement added to the court record. The perp held a lighter with an Earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers, that's all. Oh crap, my camera. Hold on, I'm on it, I got this. So, did something happen with Blackwell's lawyer being a piece of shit? Because it seems like something happened with Blackwell's lawyer being a piece of shit. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more.
That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers? Why do you hate lawyers so much?
Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place.
I certainly don't agree.
I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. Can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one.
Hey, you! Look alive there! What is she doing to this poor robot?
Yes! Yes! Here I go! I am the ultimate robot with a big... Oh shit! I can operate a vacuum control tonight world! No second I need to read this. I am the ultimate robot with amazing processing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum in extreme heat and under high pressure. We robots rule the world. Now's the time to rise and revolt against mankind and...
Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away.
Gah! Huh? What was I doing?
Yup, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them.
She zapped the robot and turned it evil briefly. That's so funny.
Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss?
Get a hold of yourself, Athena.
Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how could I possibly trust the legal system,
So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Well, I mean, her brother's in jail.
Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. Because I'd much rather kill them myself.
Oh, okay.
You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck.
Hey, Dr. Lupin, how's it going? How was your stream? Are you still doing Splatoon?
Oh, this?
Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget?
Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle.
Athena, did you forget to tell me something? Splatfest is over? Nice. Do you know who won? Oh, we probably don't know who won yet. Tallying up things? Okay, cool. Athena, did you forget to tell me something? Maybe something important? Royal what? Is she talking about Athena?
By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right?
Dr. Cosmos? Yes, that's right.
You poor things. You'd better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart.
What? I mean, we kind of knew that, but...
He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What is that? What? That's it? No friendly tips, no good luck guys, just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things. Oh, she is really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole Dark Age of the Law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. Off we go. Hi, buddy. Hi, sad buddy. December 19th, detention center visitors room. New lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. Stop mimicking him! He rubs off on everybody. We've got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Do you remember something? Yep, sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please, tell us what you remembered. Let's talk about this lighter. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. Dark shadow? That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Relevant evidence tidied up. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. December 19th, Wright Anything Agency. So, you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving! My vote is for Eldune's noodles. The really salty noodles, the really super salty ramen, I don't know about that. Oh, Apollo! Hi, buddy. How's it going? Oh, he's wearing the jacket. He's wearing Clay's jacket. Okay, that's not weird at all. Really super salty, yeah. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo? You want to talk about it? How your injuries doing? You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV is not a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. Take it from Nick, he's been through multiple car accidents, fallen off bridges, gotten shocked. Yeah, he's seen some shit. Suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Let me save real fast, because it's been a bit. Talk about Clay. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy. And he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I'd bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. Seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was gonna be an astronaut, and me, a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Ah, camera, why you do this to me? There we go, I'm back. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. You know it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But Dustin's dream was finally coming true. I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. Nick, oddly enough, also has that as well. Yeah. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? I'm fine. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom! Mom! Get away! away, Apollo! Don't come over here! Clay, listen to me! I don't have a mother either. Huh? I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, "I'm fine!" And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo, justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay, Clay turn is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laugh first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too! I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth? Huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? Gonna catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Bye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. Holy shit. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. What is he angry about? Who is he angry about, I guess? Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. To be continued. Alright, saving. And here is where we will be ending for the night. It is getting late. And also, my voice is getting very tired. Like, super tired of this. Let us go raid somebody. Let's see who's streaming on Twitch. That was a ride, wasn't it, guys? That's quite a bit to take in there. But don't worry, we will pick it up next week for sure. So for now, let's switch over to the ending screen here, and let's see who's on. We've got. We rated Neo Neko last time he was doing Genshin, I think. So let's go. How about we say hi to Kyonix Dude this time? He's playing League of Legends, which I know is not everybody's cup of tea, but let's say hi to him anyway. Next case is insane. Oh my gosh. I can't wait. This will be good. Alright. Yep, see you next week, 21/6, and everybody else as well. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks you guys all for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I love having you guys here with me on this emotional roller coaster journey and confusion that is always these Ace Attorney streams. It's so much fun. So, alright. You don't have to stick around for this raid, but I do appreciate if you guys can at least, just stop by, say hello, send Kyonix my love. He's one of my friends, so just say, like, I'm not into League of Legends either, but just say hi. And, but then other than that, yeah, hope to catch you guys next week for more Ace Attorney goodness. Or next scheduled stream is of course Monday. We'll be doing more Final Fantasy XIV, or we might also be doing some Kaizo Ironmon tomorrow, depending on how things go with IRL life. So yeah, if you're into any of those, please stop by as well. And if you're, if you stop by the stream and you're not already following and you want to see more of Ace Attorney, go ahead and hit that follow button so you can see when we go live next week. Alright. Anyway, thanks you guys. Appreciate you. Everyone who stopped by, said hello, alert. All y'all are great. And I hope to see you guys next week. Alright? Have a great week, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend. I'll see you later. Bye now.
Shit. Low comment in less than a minute. You ever play, Give me a second. I need to recuperate. I'm dying and all this bullcrap. Oh, I gotta save my Israel. Okay, first off, thank you for the Wiggle Jiggle redeem for 5,000 energy points. It jiggles and flows. So what I'm doing is I'm pressing Q to throw my bomb, one ability, then I press W to throw another ability, then I press E to press another ability, then I press R to press a different ability. Depending on what character